Hold on a second. Okay, I think it's good now. I think it's good now. I have not streamed in a while. I can't remember how. Okay, well, welcome everybody. Yep, I just decided last night to stream. Had some extra time. Had some extra time this week, and I was like, you know what? I also need to get I need to work on some stuff from my portfolio. And I thought, you know what? Why not why not do a stream out of it? No, why not? It's been a while since I've streamed. Why not? Can't hurt. Yeah, so what we'll be doing today is I finished up with a client, finished my project with them, and so now and that work was under NDA. And of course, that doesn't mean that everything. Of course, NDAs don't end when you finish their project. Those NDAs continue to go on. But that said, but that doesn't mean that everything that you design for them is NDA. There are some things that are, some things that aren't. So today I'll be going through a client project I worked on for a year and a half or 2 years. Yeah, really good project. It was a lot of fun. I learned a lot. Got to work with some really smart people. Learned a lot from those people. Learned a lot from the developers, all the leads. It was fantastic, man. Of course, I could have started working on this while I was with them, but that's just not sometimes not a good look. You don't want you don't want the client to get nervous when all of a sudden they start seeing the stuff that you're doing for them appearing on a YouTube channel, something like that. So a lot of this I'm going to be doing from memory. But honestly, being the person who worked on it for 2 years, year and a half, 2 years, I know it pretty well. So the game plan is to start from the beginning to the end. Sort of like sort of a design. I don't know. It's kind of, I guess, a combination of like story time and a design thing. But I'll be going through everything we did, the problems we ran into, how testing worked out, how we did testing, all that kind of stuff. So it should be fun. Like I said, it was a really nice project to work on. I really got to flex, not flex, work out. I got to work out the UX muscles quite a bit. And so it was a lot of fun, and it was a nice project to grow on. I grew a decent amount, and keep in mind, it was my first client. I wouldn't say my first. It's not my first client ever, but my first like really serious project. Yeah, and so my first real serious project. And so I grew a lot, but then eventually I kind of hit a ceiling. I was like, okay, I'm kind of not really growing anymore. The client wasn't very, call it UX mature. In other words, they didn't really value UX research. And when I got there, they were against it, and I think it's because they had designers who had performed user research, and I guess, from what I understand, they took a very long time to do it, and when they did, it wasn't very helpful. I don't know exactly what they did, but knowing the little bit that I do, they definitely did not do it correctly. So when I first arrived, they didn't even want to hear anything about user testing or anything like that. But my team and I were actually able to convince them to first off allow us to do it. Um, and then also I can't say it was solely me. There must have been other designers kind of talking in their ear. But what I can say is after I presented my findings to the guy at the very, very top of the project, um, user research became an option again. And they supported it, gave us more resources to support it after. So, like I said, I can't say I'm the reason, but it's certainly contributed. An OnlyFan. I got an OnlyFan. Oh dear God. Oh man. Nope. Nope. I am not I'm not attractive enough. How you doing, Link, man? One behind me. What? Oh, a fan. Oh, an OnlyFan. Oh, I got you. Sorry, I'm slow, man. I've had that fan for a while. I've had that fan for a while. I don't know. Um, that fan is really weird. I bought that like probably like 5 years ago. Probably time to replace it. Um, Sometimes it does whatever it wants on its own. It won't turn its. It won't. Ceiling fan. Yeah, this house. There's nothing. Yeah, there's nothing up there to put a ceiling fan. Otherwise, I also would go with a ceiling. This fan is really weird though. Like it won't turn itself. It can't turn itself on. But when it can't, like if it's off, it can't turn itself on. But when it's on, it will all of a sudden just start changing settings on its own. Um, it it severely creeps me out. I've actually I don't know why, because I don't like to pay for stuff. I emailed the company and was like, hey, I was wondering if guys had parts to fix this, blah blah blah. And the email was very, they were very nice about it. But the email was like was more or less the impression I got was like, you do know that you paid $30 for that fan, and you've had it for 5 years, and I'm like, yeah. They're like, okay, um, yeah, you can buy some parts, and I think they're like, oh, the parts to fix it, it's probably like $10, and then shipping will be like $6. You probably should just buy a new fan. Like, like, yeah, I know, but I don't like to pay for things. I don't like to spend money. So, and I had planned to do that, but all of it, but then it started working again. So I was like, what does it matter if I have a haunted fan? Not a big deal. It has a remote, yeah. So actually, oh, see, so that's the thing. I think it's like the control panel on the fan itself has gone wonky. And so the only way I'm pretty sure I could turn it on and off, but like everything else, I have to use this to control it. So this is actually the only way I can um yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. It's weird. It's I mean, it's honestly not weird. Making it weirder than it really is. But um it's just interesting. That's about the most interesting thing in my life. What tools did you get? Got yourself new tools? What kind of tools? Over to Figma? Yeah, what kind of banners? I know what the hex keys are. What are spanners? Okay. Yeah, what are the okay. Okay, so it's for it says here it's for torque. I don't think I've ever used a spanner. I'm looking at a picture of it. I can see I yeah, I can see. What do you use those tools for? I've never used I had to sometimes work. Oh, your bicycle. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. That's kind of one of the yeah, well, the first thing that came to my mind was automotive stuff. When I growing up, couldn't afford to that's a long story, but I used to run my own businesses. How I living. Um run my own businesses, like do landscaping, window cleaning, that kind of stuff. And so I had a work truck that I bought that turned out to be a real lemon. $10 for each banner. Actually, yeah, I think when I looked it up, is it $10 for each one or is it $10 for like the set? Because looking at it, I can see how that would be used, especially for the torque. The sets. About three different ones. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, when I had my work truck, it turned out to be a lemon. It brought like so many things broke on that truck, and I had an issue. It was that at the time I didn't know how to fix anything on a car, not really, and I was driving and yeah, sorry. I've thought about dude. I've thought about getting a Discord. I thought about getting there's so many apps I've thought about getting. I just oh my god. I am barely on Instagram. I'm barely on anything. I'm just I don't know, man. I'm so bad with keeping with that stuff. I have a Discord, but dude, I haven't used. Do I? Is it even still on my phone? Oh, looks like it is. So, yeah, from Timu. I got Timu. I've I got a tie off Timu. Um yeah, and it's because I was like I couldn't like I saw this tie that I was like I really like that tie. Like it's like floral, it has nice floral patterns, and it looked to be like good quality. And I couldn't find it. I couldn't find it like safely on Amazon. Like obviously it was like from some small, like you know, there's no Prime shipping. Like it didn't feel safe, and it was like three times the price. And so I was like, let me try it. I was like, and it came. I was like, oh my goodness, this is a really good tie. That's about my experience at Timu. It drives me nuts the stupid little how they bombard you with, oh, you got a bonus. You know, like every time you open the app, oh, you have a bonus. Um, I stopped believing right away. I was like, yeah, there's no way this is legit. They're just like my face. So I just X out all of them. But yeah, Timu is interesting. It's interesting. Hmm. But my bad. I was talking about the truck. I more or less I was driving to a job and I had all of this coolant start to. I just was driving. I just heard a splash and then my truck immediately overheated. Just immediately. Um, and um, just so happened there was a repair shop like directly right next to me. So they were able to tow me like right to there. And they said it'd be like eight. And they said they told me what it was. They said it'd be $800 to fix, right? And I think it was they said I needed a new radiator hose or something. I believe that's what it was. And anyway, I was like, all right, cool. I'll let you fix it. And they're like, it'll be $800. I'm like, all right, whatever. I guess that's how much it costs. And I had a friend pick me up, and I went to his house. His dad is a mechanic, and he's like, that's not $800. Like, dude, like the hose is like $12. I was like, for real? He's like, yeah. And we went to, and so I called them. I said, have you guys touched my truck? And they said, no, not yet. And I said, don't touch it. I'm coming to get it. And so we literally, I paid him like $50 or something for holding the truck, and then we fixed it in the parking lot. It was just a clamp that came off. Well, housing did crack, but we were able to clamp it and get it back to my house. And then that was when I, looked up like, okay, how do I fix this myself? And it wasn't that hard. It took time, but it wasn't that hard. And then I was like, man, am I getting scammed every time I take it to a repair shop? And so from then on, I just learned how to fix cars myself. And yeah, and then of course, when you learn to fix cars yourself, you'll have a ton of tools just all the time. And that's all that back there. That's mostly like in-house like house tools. But I have like a giant thing of not giant, but I got like a bag of like a bag of like automotive tools. Although I just found out that I left them outside and a ton of them completely rusted over. So I'm like, oh, you got like that's several $100 worth of tools, and that is completely my bad. I left them outside and I forgot about it. So let's see if way to I don't know. You don't use the app. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. Interesting, like how the rules for those types of things, how they vary so greatly in different countries. That's interesting. It's always one of those things I always think it's interesting, but I'm never like, I don't have the attention span to like look into it. But it's interesting. All right, so so the work that I'm gonna be doing today is this. Like I said, this is a project that I did for a client. Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. I don't know what it is. I see these toys at the stores, and I don't know, man. It's crazy. Things are very different when I was. Um, and so this is a tool that I designed for that I worked on for a client. So the way it worked, essentially, it was a research tool. It was used internally, right? So this wasn't a tool that was going out to customers or anything like that. This was for use by their own employees. Um, and so write down some of those things. Yep. That's the yeah, that's the that's the interesting thing about like I said, I don't really know enough about it to really form much of a real opinion. Well, not a real I mean, I can have an opinion. But like to like to really explain, but it's one of the, like, the difference in the law is hard. Yeah, it's like I said, I don't know them in detail. I don't know what it actually is, but it's like just from seeing it, like, yeah, I don't understand. So it's so the research tool is internal use, right? Um, and this is where, and so the thing is, the research tool exists already. They already had a desktop version of it, right? Um, and also say the desktop version was very loaded. Lots of stuff, right? Lots of features and stuff like that, and a lot of things going on the main interface. But at the same time, it was a very I believe it was a pretty it was a very, well designed research tool, for their internal use. I believe it, like, it was good. That's for, and what they find with the, yeah, the chemicals thing is the one that drives that like shocks me no end. Is the kind of chemicals they allow in different kids' toys, um, in the states, in the United States. I don't I don't get it. I don't understand how it happens. So there's existing desktop version, very low, very busy, but it was, but it seemed like it was pretty well liked. It was used, um, by the employees quite a bit, and they liked it a lot. They've been using it for years. Um, but these were, so I'd say these are kind of, and this one right here was a big challenge for the client, because they really had a mindset of, it's really hard to tell, like, because sometimes they can have the mindset of, oh, you just need to make a smaller version of it, right? But it's like, well, you're going from a desktop version down to a phone. I mean, screen size is smaller. That right there should tell you, like, you can't just make a small version of it. Second off, which that was easy to convince, but what can be harder to convince is explain to them that the workflow shouldn't work, doesn't work the same on a desktop versus phone. That's the part that sometimes they have trouble understanding. Um, and of course that, and we're talking like the steps that they take to perform a thing, right? And that was the part they had trouble understanding. And so, I would have talks with them, and I would say, well, I'll give you an example. Let's say that you want to, make a phone call on a phone, right? Make a phone call on a phone. You could tell me exactly how you would do that. Now tell me how you would do that on your desktop computer, right? You can make phone calls on your desktop, but it's a very different workflow, right? Um, and that's because, you work differently on those platforms, right? It's a different culture, I guess you could say, and trying to help them understand that if you want good results, we need to follow that culture. Um, so I gotta say that was, yeah, till the very end. Um, that was a constant struggle for us, was to convince them. Got a PDF of the test. Where'd you find it at? Um, so here, so one thing we had to convince them of is, look, you have a lot of features. Desktop version, we can't fit them all onto a phone, not the way that you'd like to. Even possibly, they can't fit all into a single app, because if you have too many features in a single app, that starts to slow. So we were trying to pitch to them, have a suite of apps. Have one app, that does something really, really well. We take one of the features and make an app for that does it incredibly, incredibly well, and take another feature and have an app that does that incredibly, incredibly well. I can't remember where we landed, or how they felt about that. I think they were still discussing that, but that was something that we presented. Um, But for this, I'm just going to be doing the research part of it. So, um, for this, main features are, allow the users to allow them to perform searches. Let me see. I'm trying to Google Temu non-compliant toys public. Let me see. Look at that. Oh wow. What the heck? Jelly Cube Slime Kit Party Favor Gifts, number 15. Boron migration from slimes, 3.5 times higher than the TSD limit. Harm to children's health by damaging the reproductive system. Another thing, again, another, number 14, the slime. Boron, 11 times higher than the TSD. Like, oh my god. Those slimes, man. I remember when slimes were really popular at schools. And, I used to work at a school. And yeah, we used to make slime with the kids, but like immediately I was like, when we were making it yourself, I'm like, now that I know it's actually in this, I'm like, yeah, I don't think so. Like, nope, I'm not good with this. I'm like, nah, I'm not doing that. That's bad UX, right? If you got children swallowing chemicals that destroy their reproductive systems, as it says, that's pretty bad UX. I think we could safely mark that as bad UX. I think so, pretty safely, pretty blanketly. Okay, so the research tool. So let me think. So the goals were, they need allow them to perform searches. Let me see what else. I might just take it step by. I might just take it step by step. Like I said, I'm trying to reverse engineer where we started a year and a half ago. Trying to reverse engineer where we started a year and a half ago, or a way forward. So it's kind of a story time, but also a process thing. So let me see. Right, so allow them to perform search. Right. So, how are we gonna? We'll kind of do some story. Yeah, we'll do some storyboard. Sketching. Why do I? We'll do some sketching first to kind of like show how we got to this, right? So, let's see. All right, so the main thing is, allow them to perform searches, right? So the different things that we knew we were going to need, right, is we did the research. later. So so we looked into it and said, okay, what kind of searches, do they generally perform on the desktop version, right? So you had general searches. They also had focus searches. Okay, so the way it worked is when they were performing searches, they were searching they were searching databases, specific databases. So it's not like they were doing like a Google search or anything. They were searching like certain databases. And of course, these databases, as you can imagine, can be pretty large at times. So they had, just doing general searches, but then they had a way to more focus searches, right? So they get kicked back a whole bunch of stuff. And so the way it was, and so the way that those focus searches were done is they had a form that they would fill out, right? And they had a form that they filled out, to do that. And so we did, we did some user interviews, right, to talk with the users, the employees. And so we talked to them about that, right? And they, I'm trying to remember exactly what one thing they told us for sure. We asked them like how often do they search? What percentage of their, I believe we asked them what percentage their day, maybe, or maybe it was a certain number of days a week. I can't remember if nope, it was percentage of the day, how much of their time is spent. No, it wasn't. No, I'm trying to think. I can't remember exactly what the parameters we I bounced back and forth between what parameters to kind of go on, and I can't remember exactly what we went, but asked them how often they search, and how often they search. I asked for some scenarios about when they search, and then how they search. Specifically, obviously there's two ways to do that, right? They have general search, and they got focus. I'm like, okay, so I'd like to know how often do they do a general search versus focus search. What we found is that bought cat baskets for cats that live at a station. Cat bath. You get it from Temu? Found is that they search almost their whole day, right? What scenarios for when they search. Pretty much they were like pretty much everything they do requires a they're like pretty much need to search for, I need to do searches for like everything. Ask them. Oh goodness. But this was the big thing. We asked, okay, how did they search? I asked them to run me through like the last time they searched in a typical scenario, and they brought up like every single time they said, oh, I perform a focus search, and I was like, okay, how often do you focus search? Like 90% of the time. They're like pretty much they're like, yeah, general searches are completely useless. It doesn't really get me anywhere. Like it's not helpful. Which also tells you like the focus search is very helpful, right? So this was like really huge for us to know that. Um, some of those were kind of like these were good to know, right? These told us that um, that okay, good. This is definitely something that needs a good strong feature for, right? They're going to use this all the time. But we really need to improve, but we really need to focus on the focus search part of it, right? We need to, since they're doing that all the time, we need to make that as good experience as possible. So, and of course, remembering too that there is already a desktop version of it, right? So we're kind of taking the design that they already have, and we are just mobilizing that, right? So it doesn't look crazy different. It doesn't look crazy different from what they already have. Um, but the point is, it gives us like we have a framework to kind of work in, kind of work with. We're not doing this from scratch, right? So we had um, search bar here, and then and you had buttons so that you could do the focus searches right here, right? So we know we needed that, something like that, right? And so actually something I should remember mention. So the mobile app actually existed. They were already working on it before I jumped on the team. But it was only developers, and I guess things were not going super great for them, and so they were like, you guys need a designer, and so they were like, all right, give this guy, give them a design, give them a designer, and so they sent me there. I was just helping them like kind of part time, while I was working on the desktop version, but I guess we did very well. So they're like, you know what, keep, you guys can keep him. And then so the mobile version was full time. And so the way they had it is they had the search bar here and the search, um, the forms, the search forms, they had in a horizontal scroll, which is not is it's like okay, not too terrible, right? But horizontal scrolls typically, there tend to be UX issues with horizontal scrolls, unless they're really really big, right? You know, uh, like for example, like the problems with it to explain. Um, so let me think. There was a lot of forms that you could fill out to search. I can't remember exactly how many. Somewhere between 12 and 15. But this is like an example. Let's say that you have 15, right? Um, you want to know what your choices are, right? You want to be able to, if you're like, okay, I need to search for a certain piece of information, you want to know, okay, what's the best route? Like, what form should I fill out to do that? Um, when you have horizontal, I mean, there's issues, right? First off, the touch targets, they got to be big enough. Because I mean, the screen on phones are longer than they are taller, right? They're designed to work things vertically, right? We navigate, vertically, right? That's just how they are. Um, And so, like I said, for that reason, well, these got to be good sizes, right? Um, to begin with, which takes up, a decent amount of space. And but there's other inherent problems with it. Aside from sideswiping, it's tough. But look at this. You can only display so many because it needs to be big, right? And the text needs to be big so you can read it, right? You can only fit so many, you know, here. So you really can't see what your options are, very easily. Now, one claim that the client had made said, "Oh, it's okay. Our employees they know this stuff, like they know, like they know really well." And it's like, their answer was, "Oh, just training. We'll train them to be." And it's like, no, it's like, that's not, no, you can't stamp the word training on everything that's bad design. How about we just design it well, from the get go, right? And that took some time to kind of get them to get out of that mindset. Like that was a challenge. It was when we started doing user testing. Then I see like your people hate this, absolutely hate this. So I know that you don't think there's a problem with it, but you don't use it, by the way. But also, you're just one person. Everyone else hates it. So do you want me to make it for you, or do you want me to make it for everybody? So this was the issue from the beginning. I had to kind of roll with it because I didn't want to make any change. But eventually, they, from employees hating it, they allowed me to start to do more. I'm gonna go with 12. I think there was 12, right? So I sketched out a couple of different ideas. The nice thing is that there's only really so many ways that you can do it, right? Your general search. I mean, your general search is gonna be at the top. We also played with the idea. We play with the idea that I don't know if I demonstrate, but like maybe these are hidden. They're kind of like hidden behind this. Like we're trying to be slick with it, like it's a clean design. Oh, it's a totally clean design, but when you tap on the search bar, then these appear, right? Because the idea is like, oh, because until you search, you don't need to see those until you search, right? Right? Like that was something we looked at, and that's something that, when I do user testing, when I'm allowed to do it, properly, I like to, as long as it's not like overwhelming, it serves like a real purpose. I always like to, if I can, have I will test solutions that I don't even think are that great, and I think people will hate them, for a couple reasons. One, it acts as a bit of a control. I'm like, they should hate this. They should hate this. I'm not saying like something abysmal, like something ridiculous, right? But like this approach here, right? It's like, it's an idea. It's not a good one, but it's an idea. These don't appear until you hit the search bar, right? But I like to test it for a couple of reasons. One, like I said, acts as control, that I can know that this person is, on the right track. Like I should get bad feedback for it. If I know I'm approaching, I'm understanding the issue properly. But also too, sometimes, if I show them 3 different designs, right? Sometimes the right answer is neither of them. They, and I mean that in a couple different ways. They could say that they like all 3 of them, but they could say like, yeah, I like all 3 of them, but I like this one the best, right? And you could say like, okay, then this is the one we're going to go with because that's the one they like the best. But what I like to ask is, okay, what, I like to know, well, what do you like from this and what don't you like from this? What do you like from this and don't like? What do you like from this, don't like? And see, is it possible to take a little bit from each one, or take some features from each one and combine them into another version that I haven't thought of. In fact, I can say through this project that's exactly what happened, and I'm glad that I did testing that way. So that's something to remember, that when you're doing user testing and A/B testing, you have to keep in mind that in a way the process is leading, because they can only comment on what you show them, right? Um, and so and so in that way it can be biased. You could be biased by like showing them only stuff that you think is good, right? I mean, you don't have time to show them 20 different designs, right? So you do have to pick and choose. Um, but attacking it in a different way, saying like, I'm not looking for them to say that this is the one that they want. I'm trying to find the best solution. And so, like I said, when we did the testing, I like to ask, like, what do you like and not like from each one, and is it possible that there will be another version that is made? So we did sketches and stuff like that, and this is the one that won, out, which I figured it would, because it's very simple, right? It's you really can't screw it up, right? You have your search bar here, you have your forms here, right? It follows everything we learned from user interviews, right? They use it almost their entire day. Okay, so having everything front and center, easy to get to, there's no problem. They could use this all day long. Use it pretty much for everything. Yep, everything is right here. Everything's there. And then they perform a focused search 90% of the time. Yeah, since that's what they do. By that logic, the search bar, if anything should disappear, it should be the search bar, because they don't really use it, right? Obviously, we're not going to do that. But so that means, yeah, these need to be front and center, and they need to see them all very prominently, because this is what they're going to use, right? If they're like, oh, I use these I use these forms 90% of the time, then why would we create a horizontal scroll that makes it hard to find it, right? Why would we hide them behind the search bar when that's what they're going to be looking for in the first place, because they use it 90% of the time? So that's kind of how we arrived at that solution. So can't remember exactly. Yeah, I can't. I'm pretty sure that's what we tested. There might have been one or two more that we tested. I honestly can't think of what they could be, though. Like I said, it's kind of a pretty typical, there's only so many ways that you can do it, right? That was good. So this is the one that we went with. In fact, I'm kind of ahead of myself a little bit. I don't know. Yeah, what I want to do is kind of create a user flow. This is a very okay. So they can do. Right, so that's the home screen. All right, cool. So we sketched out the home screen. Awesome. We got the home screen. But we also, like I said, because desktop software already existed, we kind of already had something to work with anyway. So we really, I mean, honestly, a lot of the workflow was already laid out. There wasn't like much to change. So let's all right. So if they perform a general search, there are two options. Okay, so the next thing, it'll look at is like, okay, so after they perform a general search, what happens, what happens there, right? So actually, instead of choose, of perform, we'll they haven't put it yet. They choose general search, right? And so for this, it was pretty simple. It was like, okay, so I mean, this is a pretty typical thing. Search bar changes. Keyboard pops up. And we're like, okay, is recent search is a thing? Totally is. Okay, cool. Then and so their recent searches also show up, right? So that was pretty simple. It went through some slight design, like couple of design tweaks here and there, mostly with the navigation bar, but I mean, it was pretty self-explanatory, right? Um, I can't remember if it's called a user journey, user flow. I can't remember, but when I do them with screen. Loaf. I can't remember what I call them. Honestly, I just call it whatever. Right. So cool. General search. Right. Search bar pops up. All that stuff. Right. Um, this stuff around. So sketching for the general search. Down. Right. So I mean, when that happened, you know, something happens with the search bar. Right, there is a list of general searches. Coke. Word. By the way, keyboard. But that was the other thing too. We designed ours specifically designed for iOS. Um, some people didn't like that, but which blew my mind to be honest, because I was like, I went ahead and did did the research. Didn't make sense to me because I was like, well, I don't worry, I contacted your guy who's in charge of like who chooses what devices everyone gets within the organization. Like I already talked to him. He's like, yeah, we're all iOS. It's gonna be that way for the next certain number of years or something. So that was always, I mean, when they're like, oh, you're only why you only design for iOS? You guys you guys are against Android? I was like, no, no, your guy said that. Your guy said that you guys only are gonna have iPhones. Like, well, what about if we get Androids? I'm like, we can do it too. I'm like, but guy said for the next at least 10 years or something, you guys are only gonna have iPhone. You have some kind of thing with iPhone or Apple. So I'm like, so I don't I don't know. Like, I'm sorry. I did my homework, guys. Sorry. um, that changes, right? Recent searches, keyboard pops up, right? Right. And so we did sketching for that. Trying to think. We tried it. We tried it without the recent searches. I think we also tried it with. I think we also tried the version. We tried a version where the recent searches showed up, but so did the buttons too. Um, but like this didn't really make much sense to us. Um, I'm trying to remember yeah, it didn't really make a whole lot of sense to us because again, um, if they're using these buttons 90% of the time, you know, it's unlikely that they've made mistake in that regard. So this felt like it was too much, like way too much going on. And by the way, I believe the iOS keyboard is even taller than this. So, I mean, the keyboard takes up a lot of space. A lot of space. So this is the one, and so we just went with this. Very simple. Like I said, it's like I said, it really wasn't that difficult to pick out because it's kind of it's a mobile pattern that don't want to you don't want to mess with the mobile. You don't want to, if there's an established culture, especially one that those employees are used to, your users are used to, then it's like, well, there's no reason to make things more complicated than they need, right? Just because, and that was something to help them understand that I'm like, white space is your friend. Like, just because you have an open space doesn't mean that you have to fill it, right? Um, so yeah, that was something we had to explain, right? So we did sketching, for general search, right, and how that would look, right? And so cool. Right, and so after they perform a general search, they'd get to the results page, which is where okay. So the results page, that was yeah, that's they both eventually lead there, right? But we got focus search. I mean, the general search taken care of, right? So now we need to focus on focus search, right? So this was also pretty simple because the way focus search worked is it was just a form that you filled, right? So So when they tapped on one of these buttons, it would take them to a form. Okay, so pretty simple. And, right. So that was again pretty simple. Let me think. Trying to think if we try different versions of it. I don't think we did. Um, we did. I did look into because some of the forms can be really long. Like we're talking like 50 different fields, by the way. So yeah, very very long. Which we had to come up with a solution. I'll talk about. Um, and so um, I had looked at possibly having two columns, but given the information that they had to put in, sometimes they just weren't long enough to do that. So we just went with one row to keep it simple all the way through, right? So there really wasn't much to look at with that, and the client was very clear with what they wanted. So we just like okay, um, simple is better. We did show it to like we tested this with users. Um, so I mean we definitely didn't just make the choice for them 100%. We did okay. So yeah, when it came to sketching for the focus search, pretty simple, right? Um, then it came, and then it was the search results. Let me see. So so at first glance, I'll say this. The thing that was really exciting is that at first glance, the app is simple, right? Or at least the workflow is pretty simple. Um, but when you really get into talking with users, talking with them, you you learn you learn where you can make things better for them. Um, and that's where it gets really exciting, where you start to make improvements. Like I said, improvements on form, for example. I'm looking forward to, but essentially, this was the process, right? We're just trying to block out how things work, show it to the client, make sure that they're cool. Then we came to the search results. Um, and again, we're just doing blocking, right? We're just trying to get not too far too fast, right? I always like to, and it really depends on how the client wants to handle it, but usually, of course, you have your, your user base that you test with, assuming they allow you to. But then you have your stakeholders, right? Those are the leadership of the project who make the final decisions on stuff. And so you have to keep their vision in it as well. And so I always had it was always my just kind of style that I show them stuff early on, right? Even though they're very busy, right? And yeah, they absolutely are. They've got a lot of things going on, a lot of different working pieces with the project. This right here is just one piece of the entire project, right? Um, but what I liked about this is I can show them this stuff early on. It only takes 15 or 20 minutes. I mean, how hard is that, right? Like, hey, could I get 15 minutes with you? Just want to show you this and get your thoughts on it, right? Because it's so simple. It's like, well, there really isn't much to comment on, right? Because it already they can see, oh, it's very low fidelity. Yeah, there are no colors to comment on. There's nothing really, like, nothing specific to comment on, right? It's just, hey, how do you feel about this workflow? Which, and so that's we did frequently. Hey, can I get 15 minutes of your time? Sure. Let me show you this really quick, right? And so that's why this is an important step, and as you can see, it's very quick too. It didn't take me very long to get to this point. If I wasn't talking, I would imagine how fast it would be, faster, right? So search results. You had the desktop version already had a a search results page, right? And they had a very specific design that they had, right? Which worked fine with me. I was like, sure. They had cards. And so that was pretty simple. Again, having a framework to work in. Not rocket science. We did try I think we did try doing like a square design. They had rounded design. We tried doing like a square design. Just trying stuff. I prefer the rounding because I'm like, yeah, it's more mobile. It's more common mobile pattern to see rounded, right, on mobile, right? But I think we tried like a square. I'm trying to think. We did experiment later on with a grid and everything, but I think I might be getting ahead of myself. I'm pretty sure, yeah, like I said, for this particular thing, there really wasn't, given that there was a desktop version of it, there really wasn't much to like really play with. But we looked at other possibilities, but eventually, they just went with it. Not gonna be perfect. So in either case, when they perform their search, they're going to eventually end up at search results. Right. So this is design. Then we had, and this is where things got interesting. Is the next thing is like, okay, so once you've let's say you found a search result that you like, what happens when you tap on that? And so this is where man, we went back and forth. So there was a couple different designs we had. So there, again, we were trying to keep with their card design. Right, so my first choice was to you tap on it and it opens up the card, right? Which means that there would be, you know, some white space around. I'm trying to think if this... I believe the developer I worked with, we discussed it, and yeah, so there was an actual bottom of the card, so that there would be information in there. Trying to try not to get too... How come you... So this is... information there. Also, and again, there was an existing design for this. So we were kind of adapting what they had to a mobile version. There were two different modes for the card, and I'll explain what... this design existed before I joined that team. So I was working with what they had, right? One thing that we were playing with a lot is, you know, having the full card design. But I believe possibly one of the problems, I can't remember exactly what the discussion was. I think this is something I was vetoed on, but I didn't have a problem with it. I was like, I'm cool with it, and I think there may have been development reasons why we didn't do this. I can't remember. But I think it was also like a matter of like saving space. I was like, you know what, I have to agree with that, right? So the desktop version would have them appear as like cards like this, right? So as you see, I mean, it's really cool, fancy looking, right? Have all this space, right? So it feels like you're looking at a card. But we decided to go with a, like, instead of a floating card, we just gave it like a full page. So that also gave us, and that's the thing, these cards can have a lot of information. And so, you know, going the full, it would have been cool for stylistic points, but practicality aside, like, I mean, looking at practicality, this was just the better option. And one of the main reasons, like I said, there's a lot of information here, right? One thing that I was pushing from the beginning, that the size font that I worked with, I believe, was size 16. Yes. So when I was designing, my default font for body text was 16. Because I wanted it to be readable. by everybody, regardless of, right? Um, and so my logic is when they give me free reign to choose my font size, start with 16. So that way, if they say, hey, that's too big, and they talk me down to 14, we're still like okay at 14, right? Happily enough, they were fine with 16 all the way through. And they agree with me on that. But given that 16 takes up a lot of space, and of course there can be a lot of information on these subject cards. And the other problem with the card design is that when you have this card, right, you're going to have margins on the side, right? In this case, for us it was 17. I'll get into how we got there. But also, so there's a margin between the edge of the phone screen and the card. But then you also, for design purposes too, you got to have another margin between the edge of the card and where the information starts, right? So you have to build in two margins. And like you're building two margins onto a design where there's lots of information, and you want to have a good font size. Maybe not. Maybe you want to consider something else, and that's why we went with the, it filled the entire screen. There was no rounded corner, so that way we only need to have one margin. We only need to have one margin there. In fact, to be honest, I should do this. Right, and so that gave us a lot of. It just made sense for us. Like I said, we lose some style points. I mean, you don't lose style points; you just don't gain any style points. But at the same, you don't get any style points. But it's more practical. If the cards didn't have so much information, I still would have pushed for body font size 16, regardless. But if they didn't have so much information, then a card design I think would have been fine. But they can have a ton of information. We're talking like paragraphs of information, right? So it made sense to go with a full. And so there were some other things, and keep in mind, I'm sketching this, right? There's a lot of little things, that to address, right there, and I'll get into all the things, but for our purposes, we're just this part of the process. We're just trying to get a workflow going that we're all good with, right? Because changing a workflow can be the workflow is typically the make it or break it, right? That determines how they're going to use it, and UX is about user ability, right? And so we start with is we get like we touch on like we take care of the big stuff right away, especially stuff that developers like. It would be really great to know from the beginning so that we can start building it from the standpoint and not have to go backward. We get that big stuff out of the way, and then we focus on each screen and talk about how to make it better. So, that's kind of how we do. And so something else. There is, let me think. There's one more, I'm trying to think. One more screen, right? Trying to think. One more screen. Here's after that. So the subject card actually has two modes. And if you're some of the stuff I am purposely changing the name. They were called something else. The client calls them something else. And I'm purposely changing the names so that we're safe. Like I said, I don't think any of this right here is really not NDA stuff, because you can't copyright a design, a design pattern, right? You can't copyright these buttons over here, forms looking like this. even this, it's like, and that's shown everywhere. That's a pretty common thing. You see that in Outlook all the time, iPhone, all that type of thing, right? You can't copyright that, but um, there are certain things that even the things I'm thinking about right now, the things that I'm changing, I don't even think you can't copyright those either. But I'm just, I'm not, not a jerk. I'm not doing this to be a jerk. I'm doing it because I need to update my portfolio and get the stuff in there, right? Um, Results page. So that's it. So I will be. There are some some words that I'll be changing, so they might be a little clunky. Um, Names are kind of clunky. Yes, I probably will even miss. I've been calling them one thing for the last 2 years, so I will slip up and call the wrong thing. Right. So this is the user flow. Like I said we had this worked out before we did anything else. Like I said, I kind of this is kind of how I, instead of creating flow charts, I tend to kill two birds with one stone, and I just do it this way. Um, if it's especially for something so simple, the workflow. I mean, as you can see, it's a very simple workflow. Really not rocket science in shape or form. So I really don't need to get too fancy. With the, I don't need to like get too fancy with a flow chart or nothing. Pretty simple. Um, but for example, some other projects I've done, where especially tools where you have a bunch of people collaborating at once on something. Um, yeah, I'm just thinking that's a project I'm working on right now as a software, um, where people can collaborate at. Uh, so doing the same thing over. So for that, it's like okay, yeah, there needs to be a flow chart of something so that you can kind of keep an eye on everything that's going on. Um, but like I said, as you can see, this is where I'm going to end. This is pretty much where the flow chart ends for the application I did. So, so the thing is, when they pick their search result, right, and they open up their subject card, there were two modes to it. They had a tabbed thing, and so you had one tab where you can view information about that subject. There was another where you could view other options like this that it was associated with. Um, and so it was kind of it was like, oh, okay, and that was interesting. Um, um, and so it's interesting because it's like it's like another version of a search results screen, right? Kind of, sort of, right? Well, that was something that we had to do user research on. I was like, okay, Gotcha. Okay, so that's interesting. Um, you know, even though it's kind of like designed that way, it's like okay, so that's interesting to have two different types of search results, right? And so, um, your big question is like, how did they use that, right? Because you're like, well, you have two things going on. Like, do they view them as separate, or it's like looking into the purpose, of it, and mostly, like I said, how they use it, was a huge thing. Um, because I was like, wow, that's very interesting. That is very non-standard. So that was an interesting conversation. So again, there was a desktop version that we're modeling after. I'm trying to think. Did we try different variations of? Don't think like in term from a sketching standpoint. No, because there really wasn't any other way to do it except like I said, I'm gonna get into like the small little tweaks and stuff that we did. I'm gonna get into the small little tweaks and stuff that we did to and so there were lots of testing going on, stuff like that. But in general, design wise, there really wasn't much. It was gonna be configured this way. Um, and this was something else too. Um, so yeah, so we saw this flow, right? Everything like up to this point, like up to open the subject card, like everything was like, okay, this is pretty simple, right? But when we learned about the associations, then it was like, okay, interesting. So the question asked him was like, okay, so what happens if they view a subject card they're associated with, and they tap on that? What happens next? What happens after that? Of course, it opens the subject card, um, for that one, or whatever it is that they're looking at. So you're like, so now the user flow becomes this stroke. So then it opens up this one. You're like, oh, interesting. And then it's like, okay, and it's like, okay, that subject card, they also have their own, um, they also have their own like association signs. Like, yes, they do. And it's like, okay, and that's when it got to get like, oh wow, this is now we're getting interesting. I'm gonna you can put one more in there. You'll get the point. It was not for that. So it takes you again. So if they choose association, right? And so as you can see, like it's like okay, so like okay, so then the question became okay, so are they able to like what are they expect to be able to do? And it's like, well, they can continue to go deeper and deeper and deeper down the rabbit hole if they want. And that's when it became this is where things became really interesting. Like, okay, you have my attention now. Because this is where I think anyone can see that's like, all right, so this is something super unique. This is gonna this is gonna require a lot of attention. Because for one, this is a very this becomes a very more complicated workflow, but also too, this being on mobile, it's like okay, um, yeah, we gotta make this good, for mobile, right? Um, and so that was like I said, that's when things became really interesting. Yeah, that's when I got really excited. So so this is the sketched user flow we came up with, right? Um, showed this to the client, right? Just gave them the basic workflow of it. Try to understand, like, is this how things work? Is this what you want? Yep, absolutely. You guys are right on the money. Awesome. So then it was like, all right, let's start like looking at each one individually, and let's figure out the best way to do things, right? So to recap what we've done so far on the project, what I did so far on the project, right? We learned that it's a research tool, right, for internal use, right? There's an existing desktop version that helps them be very loaded and very busy. Right? So those are a couple of challenges, right? Um, and the main goals of the research tool was allow them to perform general searches and focus searches via forms. Um, and then this also kind of evolved into well, this is where I'll start with this. This is where we started. And then it became not okay, so they're not just doing searches, they're not just searching up something, looking at it, and then whatever. Now it became like doing research, um varying levels, I guess you could say. Right? So that's a different ball game. Um maybe I need to I'm just gonna put it in make it very I'm just gonna put it in very terms. Pretty much we need to allow them to follow rabbit holes. Um so they would do this by means of I wouldn't call it that, like a through the subject right? This is where the dynamic changed, right? So this is, you could say that, now the app officially has two functions. You have the first part of it where you're performing a search, right? And there's two ways to do it. You can do a general search or a focus search. And there was like, oh, well, now we're talking about being able to follow rabbit holes. That's a completely different thing. And in fact, I might even separate these. Right? We're talking, we are talking, even though they're connected, these are two different workflows, or at least with two different motivations. And so the thing that's interesting about this is when you see this happen, especially on mobile, you have to start asking, okay, you're performing essentially two major tasks, right, on the same app. Do they need to be like a left to right, like just one long workflow, or is it something that warrants having two tabs on the phone, right? Because like I said, when you design for mobile, obviously, you're going to design your app however you need to, right? But in general, the simpler the app, or the more lightweight the app, the easier it'll function, right? The simpler to use, obviously, the easier to. That's because phones have limitations, desktops do not. So with that in mind, it's a really good principle to have in mind, at least, that instead of building an app that does everything, you just build the best apps are the ones that do one thing really, really, really well. And that's because phones have limitations that make it so that when there's that's when you have a bad phone experience, it's really bad. I'll put it that way. When you have an app for a phone that doesn't work, it's just more frustrating. Um, because by its nature, things on using phones are using computer stuff on phones is more frustrating, just by its nature. And so when you have a bad user experience on a phone, it's really bad, extra annoying. But when you have a good experience, fantastic. And so that's why it's a good principle to build an app that does one thing really, really, really well. It's better to have multiple apps that are each perfect, and expert in the way they do things, than to have one app that tries to do everything. But at the same time, there's some times where it's like, we'd like to have all this functionality in one app, right? Like for this example, it's like, well, there's a very real reason that they want this all on one app, right? Because it's like, well, it's not meant to be two different apps. There's business reasons. Having two separate apps might, because these are so closely connected with each, even though they're two separate workflows, because they're so closely connected with each other, it's like it would probably be more of a hindrance to have them separate, right? And so that's where you're like, okay, so how about tabs? How about giving each task its own section of their app, right? These are questions, that you have to ask, and you have to kind of look into, and you got to like go through. And we did a lot of that. And to be honest, we went back and forth for probably about a year. There was no solid answer. I think even when I finished with them, they still did not have a solid answer. Yeah, they still did not have a solid answer. But I'm like I said, I don't think they didn't choose 100%, but I'm pretty much 90% where they were at. And that's where I was pushing as well. And so, spoiler alert, what we chose to is this workflow here, we're going to keep it all, in one flow, right? There are definitely pros and cons with that. But we decided to keep it, all together as one flow. um, which would be a challenge. Um, there are going to be some inherent challenges there, right? So, like for example, like one I'm just going to point out right off the bat, right? This is a pretty long process to go in, right? In fact, I'll show it here, right? So you get into general search and you get into search results, right? And then let's say that you're, how many subject cards is this? 1, 2, 3. You're 3 in. What if you want to get back to the home screen? How do you do that? um, oh, question: would they ever need to get back to the home? Right. So I mean, that's kind of a few different things that popped out at us. Also, too, it's like, okay, so let's say that you're going deep down the rabbit hole, right? Let's say that's cool. You can go like 100 subjects deep, right? Oh, but what if but it's easy to lose your way, right? Um, like when you do searches, right? That's why there's a recent search, right, and a search history, right, to like help you guide your way back. Well, I mean, if they're obviously going down this rabbit hole, and sometimes maybe they're going forward, then going back, then going forward again, then going back. Well, we'd like them. Obviously they're doing it for a specific reason. They're looking for something, right? They're on a scavenger hunt. It'd be really lovely if we could show them where they've been and kind of show them what their steps were, right? Which is, by the way, something that they did not have on the desktop version. That's something that's going to be an interesting running theme with this project that I'm explaining. And that's when things started to get kind of tricky. We started to expose that the desktop version did not have the best focus on user experience. And that actually became tough when we started to end up exposing, like, we would figure out a workflow that worked really well on the phone, and they'd say, well, that's not the way the desktop version works. Like, the desktop version should work that way. We never, I mean, the thing is, we were very careful to never say that, because we're not trying to like start fire. We're just trying to build a good product. That's it. So, but yeah. Anyway, like I said, it got it got iffy at times, right? Okay. So anyway, so cool. So this is where we're at. Right, we're at our user flow. Client approved it. So then it became a all right, well, let's start tackling these screens all one at a time, and at the same time, let's start creating the components for this, right? So start creating a design system. To do that too, I created a design system for mobile, for essentially planning for all mobile applications, because this was on iPhone 13 and 14, and looking at like this workflow, I was like, if this was on an iPad, this would be incredible. Like, we would be even closer to the desktop version. Still wouldn't have all the functionality, but I'm like, we would be very close to the desktop version. And to be honest, it would be the best of both worlds, right? Very mobile, but also very powerful. And so just before I left, they greenlit the iPad version. So that was a huge victory for that project. Right. So for that reason, I was like, okay, well, since iPad is at this point in time, iPad was a good possibility. And I was like, I'm pretty sure I can convince them. And the product guy, the guy who bought like devices and stuff, he's like, yep, we have iPads. He's like, a lot of people don't use them, but we have iPads. And I was like, cool, then I'm going to push that and encourage that as well, because that will be very useful. So I was like, well, I need to plan for that as well. So for that reason, that's when we started working on the design kit as well. Cool. So let's say, so then we start working on each of the screens individually. Okay, I would. And it's okay. So now we move to more like mid-fidelity stuff, right? So at mid fidelity, this is where we're like, okay, we got the basic workflow. We've kind of laid it out. Users are good with it. They're perfectly fine with it, right? In general, it makes sense to them, right? Let's talk about how we can start. We can make the home screen, better, all that kind of stuff, right? So we need to look at, a couple of different ways to design things, right? So one thing we had to do is like, okay, we got to start, fitting things the way they would on the phone. So, like I said, and part of this is creating a, component library to work with, right? So with iOS, I'm trying to remember. I'm gonna look it up. Let me see. Trying to remember. I'm pretty sure it's burned into my. I'm pretty sure I remember. Trying to correct. So on any and so that was the other discussion we had is like, okay, do we want to design natively, for iPhone? Or are we going to do something else, right? And so we went with React Native is what we were working with, what the developers were working with, right? But because which is fine, which means like, yeah, you can kind of do whatever you want, right? There's no specific rules you have to follow. iOS, if you want to design it natively, there's more specific rules you need to follow, so that it works really, really well with it. And with React Native, we want to do sort of a hybrid thing. We're like, well, we'll use React Native, but we're going to design according to iOS's guidelines. That's primarily, honestly, what we kind of stuck, because we're like, even though our team knows React Native, and there's only like one person that knew the iOS guidelines, given that like I said, they had nothing but iPhones, and we're only going to have iPhones, Apple devices for the next, I think it was like 10 years, or I can't remember exactly how. Right? It was like, design, since it's not going to be on different devices, let's just design according to that, right? Um, right. So with that in mind, there's certain ways that the iPhone is laid out, right? There's certain parts of the. So what I did here is, this is one page I looked at where they kind of like break out for you, like where, how the different sections of the phone, right? For example, the status bar, you can't mess with that. That is a set area. Can't do anything with it. So when you're doing your designs, well, you need to drop in the status bar, right? You have to. Don't have a choice. I really fit. Gotta check. Gotta double check. Right. So the status bar, right, and the home indicator. Again, that's the area where the little thing appears. So you shouldn't be putting anything important there. Shouldn't be putting any buttons there, because that's the area where you're supposed to the home indicator, right? So those two zones there are like, no, don't screw with those. Don't put anything important in. Don't utilize those zones for design, right? Um, so those are those are things that you need to know, right? And you need to keep them in mind from with your design moving forward. So let me double check status. So Yes. So 44. Um, so it does depend on the hardware of the phone, and it's probably a more nuanced discussion. But I guess he hasn't. I can't. I can't remember exactly how we arrived, but we arrived at 44 pixels. Home indicator, I think, is 4 pixels. Right. So this is no go area. Right. So I know that's a component I can build out real quick. Remember what the believe I could be wrong about. Not gonna get. Pretty sure that. Don't remember. 10 seems. Then again, for some reason, we used it. We used Adobe XD for the client, so I didn't get to. So I my brain is more. It always like prototypes frames inside of Figma are smaller than smaller, bigger. Really can't remember, but I'm gonna. Right. We'll find those in there. Sim. Cell signal. this is, then I'll make picking the highest number. Locking them. There. The other thing you have to, probably end up, because even though this is 16, obviously you can see that this looks bigger than this, right? And so you might make this one bigger than 16. I'm not trying to get too. So I'm going to build a border around. But there. This is a good time to start creating. I need back in Figma. I even need to. Almost like. So the reason I'm going with and I'll say too, like it's very like I have a tendency, I don't even actually create component libraries. I don't start creating components till I'm kind of well into it. To be honest with you, like I'll do mid fidelity. Um, I'll do mid fidelity first. Like again, I just reiterate on this stuff to get approved. I get close to pixel perfect, right? But I'm just trying to get like the more details in there and stuff. And then after they get approved, then I essentially go backward and then start creating component library stuff like that. But in this case, it's a little bit cheap because I already know what's going to happen. I already know what let me see. One will be else. So I believe margins at the top of the status bar. I believe because I believe I took a screenshot with my phone, brought it into XD. I believe it's like it's 10. It might even not even be 32. 24. Because obviously if they were smaller, there's because you also have to worry about the knot. To be honest, I'm probably is not pretty sure they're probably like, but actually what I like to do is I don't know why. To have I like to have two different versions. I like, kind of like have a standard one. Mostly to help with like placement. I can switch to design mode. Don't know why. And I think one reason why is I think because I like to have different yeah, I just like to have one for placement so I could see. But I also like to keep iterations like okay, we're thinking about making this instead of me making the change to the actual thing, I create another to work on. But the client used XD and he can pretty heavy. and our laptops. And you had components within components that, so I had to overwrite design all the time. I couldn't save different versions of it. They changed their mind. I'm like, all right, and so this will be the home. Big screen. I can't remember off the top, but I can. Give the corner. This is not centered. This is like, or like that. All right, cool. Um, all right. So there we go. Have our got our new kind of like we got like screen that we're working in from now on. Right now that we're mid fidelity, it's like, all right, we got to at least um um so when I start getting to mid fidelity, I like to start taking into consideration, okay, let's really consider like where stuff is, right? These designs, like stuff is just all over the place. Like I can already tell you right now, there's no way that the first search result would be 44 pixels from the top when the status bar is 44 pixels. So that's so the other thing, we got these two things. The nice thing is those are never going to change. Those are just going to be the same. Status bar and indicator. To be honest, you don't even need to display the home in. Because honestly, it's more like you just need to make sure that you understand that there's 34 pixels at the bottom of the screen that you need. Um, which I think I didn't. I don't even think I made a home indicator component. You just keep it in mind. You got to be at 34 pixels. So there's other parts of the right, and so these again are also kind of like design patterns from iOS. Um, but these are more valuable, right? So navigation bar, right? Generally, you're going to have a navigation bar somewhere. As you can see, there says 102. There are several different variations of it. depending on which, right? First row is 44, second row is 58, third row is 48. And you can kind of understand what they're used for and how they work by messing with some of the iOS. You'll understand like, oh, okay, when do they use this? When do they use it? Like, for example, the first row, that's typically, you're going to have your page title. Or, like, here's a good, actually this, oh yeah, this goes through it. Yeah, there we go, perfect. Your page title, and you're going to have your buttons and your actions, right? Right there. The second row, it's humongous, 58. And it's always there to just show like the title of the app. And this title, as you can see here, goes there and then slides up into there, right? So that's pretty much what the second row is used for. Pretty much just used. And the size of this font, I can't remember exactly. Is it 34? Can't remember. We didn't utilize it. Yeah, we didn't use it. I try to have us utilize it, but we decided not to, which also makes sense to me. I'm like, it's not an iOS app. And then the third row, 48, right? Typically, that's where you'll find when they have a search bar that's built into. So that way you can have. Oh, excuse me. Search bar can be 40, 44 pixels, right? It can support it perfectly fine. So generally, like I said, there's typically 3 different variations of that navigation bar. Again, you can mess with these if you want to. I was like, I'm fine with the way that it is since it's all iOS, so I'm cool with that. But yeah, generally, these two, you're only going to have these two for those specific purposes, but your first row, like that's the one use a lot. And so that was something that the design kit I created too is like, okay, what are the different variations of our nav bars? When are they used and stuff like that? Can't remember. To be honest with you, now I can't remember what all the different variations. But as I'm going back through this, they probably should. Right, so that's something that's good to start building. First one, 44. I guess 44, 58, and then, right? So that's also a constant, right? So it's like, well, start getting that into the mix as well. Start kind of building that out to make it clear. That's going to be there, so kind of get used to it, right? First thing, they have the words. You see, regular font, and I believe I remember. I always change it, but I'm pretty sure it's size 14 because the page title is 17. Page title 17, right? So you don't want this to be 16. I believe we went with 6. I think I made this. That's something. have don't have don't have 99% sure I have. Yeah, because I've used it. Huh, I don't know. I gotta look into. But anyway, but yeah. So I believe this is 14. Um, because this is 16. So this takes dominance. Um, page title, right? And then you're going to have areas over here for your buttons. So now, of course, this being 44, right? You're like, okay, so I mean, what size, do you want your buttons to be? Pretty sure that iOS, I think they did 32. They ended up, so that was something I played around with. Was like, okay, do we want to do 32 or do I want to do 40 pixels? I'm not going to do 44 pixels. I'm not going to do 44 pixels because I'd like to have like a little bit of room. Right? 40, which sounds good. You're like, okay, nice and big, right? But like, okay, nice and big, 40. But you need to keep in mind too that the navigation bar is not meant to is not meant to command attention, right? Um, there are going to be other buttons, especially knowing what our user flow is, like search bar, for example, and these buttons here, right? Buttons here. There's going to be buttons that are very important, right? And the navigation bar is just there to kind of assist. So for that reason, okay, yeah, we don't need them to be 40. We don't want them to draw too much attention. We just want them to be there like as utility, right? So 32 was the um stick right, so to give you a rough idea. Maybe this is too. That's right. The chevron is usually bigger than that. That's right. Usually bigger than the words itself. Probably. And this is a chevron. Yes, it looks like it's 6. And this is a chevron I grabbed from Google like proper eye. So generally, this is how it's structured. And again, the nice thing about, and I did play with having the buttons be on the nav bar, have them be 40, right? The touch target be 40, but the icons be smaller. But the other issue was is like, okay, well, how many buttons do you think your nav bar will ever reach? And so in the beginning, there weren't really any buttons on our navigation bar, but then we started to realize, well, I started to realize, okay, you know what? We might want to add some in the future. I'll get into that. I am kind of getting ahead of myself, but I'm kind of eat a little. Anyway, we're gonna go with 32. because in this way we can support, can support more buttons, right? Putting 12 in between. Also played around with 16. But 12 ended up a better way to go. And 12 is perfectly fine. Like I said, I like to start with sort of the quote unquote golden standards and then work my way down from that rather than start with like least best like the least option, have to work my way. Right. So I like to start from, but as you can see, these are the 32 pixels at 12 space between this is 40. You can see that this takes up a lot more space, right? And so it's like, yeah, you can only really support like 2 buttons. So 32 was like, okay, 32 is perfect. So something else, where I'm gonna try to just do this I'm not gonna try to do perfection. I'm gonna try to forget everything what happened with that project, so that it's okay. So we got this here, right? And so these are obviously together. The question is, okay, how much space is there going to be? Made that 10. I think I decided I like working in. Right, so you got your back button. Titles right. Start have so now know that you have that, right? But of course the next question is like, okay, so how much space is there going to be between the back button and here, right? Like I said, in the iOS status bar, 10. But that doesn't mean that you should go with 10. Rather, you need to that's something that you have to make that decision. You got to do the decision. I'll say for us, the margins really wasn't something that anyone was really considering. We didn't really make that decision probably until we were like maybe a year project, which is fine because we weren't exactly developing at the level. So it wasn't like it's okay. But I'll show you kind of how that decision is made. Make it, right? So you need to ask yourself have a page. So to explain, what responsive grid is, it's essentially how you lay out, at least how you plan layout on whatever it is, your website or anything. Right? And the reason why they're so good is it's there to plan, especially if this is meant to be to change between different devices, like to go from this is something you really need to consider and plan out, because otherwise, your stuff is not laid correctly. Take this from phone to iPad. Actually, it's more possible that let's say I was designing on iPad and I had them, out a certain way, which that's our situation with the client, was that they had a desktop version of their software, right? And that was not at all designed according to any, not at all. Um, so it was like, yeah, this is not going to work, not in any universe. Like I said, we were doing this stuff for the mobile version, kind of without wanting to, it out flaw desktop iffy from um but the idea is like, say you organize. Oh, I'll give you a visual example. Let's say that on the desktop version, they had these buttons here, and they have, this many buttons, right? However many this is, right? Oh, that's great. That's how many buttons are. Okay, so let's put this on the phone. Oh, doesn't fit. Doesn't fit on the phone, right? So it's like, okay, so now I guess we need to build another mobile version of it where we can kind of like maybe redesign the entire thing to make them fit and make a whole nother app. And it's like, well, no, it's like, yeah, you could do that, or you could just design your desktop version or your bigger screen version to work very well. Just organize it so that things, will move around properly, right? And so that's the point of grids. It kind of just dictates how things are laid out, and if you were to go to a smaller screen, how those things would move organized, right? And so for that reason, if you have that game plan in mind, you don't have to create a desktop version, an iPad version, and an iPhone version. Just, or at least you don't have to redesign, create a whole nother design for it. You just copy and paste that design there and that code in there, and it will just needs to. So that's something that at this point you got to start thinking about, right? And so luckily enough, it's like, oh well, we've already done our low fidelity user flow, right? And so the big question is, typically it's all about your content, how many things are on screen, and how would you group them in columns and rows, right? Because that's typically how, organize them by columns and rows. Grid sort of, grid, right? It can be coded so that things move around, efficiently. And so, for example, looking at this design is like, okay, I have 3 columns, buttons here. So that's, so if I had 3 columns, I could fit these here, these here, these here, right? This can cover the entire column. No problem, right? Over here, I got, okay, this is just 1 column, no problem. This is 1 column. Okay, this is, 1. Okay, so there's actually 2 columns here. Okay. Right, so the biggest number I'm finding is, oh, well, it's just this page where there's 3 columns. So it's like, okay, so, at least 3 columns, is what I need. And having, gone this far with low fidelity, can say with good assurity that that's not going to change. If I were to 3 columns, pretty sure it's not going to become 4. Pretty sure wouldn't be like a huge game breaker if that happened, but it's like can plan pretty well. So generally, when it comes to choosing grids, kind of do what you want, but generally, it's good practice to use what's called a 4-point, which is where everything is in multiples of 4, because 4 scales really, really well. Works really, really well for this type. And so you have you have your columns. You decide how many columns there are. You have what's called the gutter, which is the in between elements, and then you have the margins, which is the space off edges, right? Um, away, and as you can see, there's it doesn't mean that there has to be, if you have this many columns, that it has to be that many items. You can have an item that spans the entire thing. Again, the idea is just to organize, right? To organize them nicely so that they move around, good and well. So for this project, it was like, okay, so how many, what do we want to go? So generally, it wasn't too tough of a decision. When it comes to mobile, and we want to do it in multiples of 4, right? So okay, so I have an option of 4 and I have an option of 8, and it's like, okay, I have 8. It's like, but that over here on my game plan was like 3, right? Was possibly 3. We want to do in multiples of 4, so I mean 3 is not going to work, right? So my options are 4 or 8. And like I said, you can have search bar is only one column, but again, it's not about necessarily how many columns. It's about because this can span all that, and that's perfectly about fitting things properly. So if I went from 4 sounds perfect. Could I do 8? I absolutely could do 8. But as you can see, and to be honest, and it would work perfectly fine. But I know that I don't need 8. I don't need that many. There's not going to be that many items on the phone screen. If there were, I mean, how big would the items be? The biggest they could be is 31 pixels across. So even the 32 size buttons don't fit in that grid. So that's well, it depends if we mess with. Point is, you can always have more columns than you need to, but keep in mind that the more columns you have, the more like kind of annoying or confusing it might be for you. So yeah, definitely it's better to have more columns than you need, but don't do that just for the sake. Be very mindful. So so we ended up going with 4 columns, right? And so again, you need to also decide your gutter size, right? Size in between those items, and then also your margins. You got to have a margin because that's like your buffer size. For that, it's like, okay, that's completely up to you. Choose your columns, and then Figma and XD, like, they'll calculate everything else for you after you gutter size, right? So one thing that I knew right away is that we were going to is that these buttons here that they use for the forms, there's an icon inside of it, and then there's also text. It goes from left. So for that reason, 96 pixels across is not going to be it. So for that reason, we, okay, we're actually going to have 2 columns. We're going to have 2 columns of buttons. So 4 is the minimum, right? So cool, we're going with 4. And then like, okay, so what does your gutter size want to be? I'm like, well, the only time we're really gonna have 2 columns is when there's 2 buttons. I'd like to have 16 pixels right? I'd like to have 16 pixels in between them so that there's plenty of room, right? So then gutter size 16, right? And then my margin, and I think we wanted to have we want to have a gutter size of 16. We want to have a margin of 16 and a gutter of 16, right? Yeah, that's what we wanted. We decided on gutter size of 16 and a margin of at least 16. But mathematically, given the size, like the dimensions of the screen, it actually is 17 margins on the screen, which is perfectly fine, right? And the other reason that again for mobile, it's pretty common to have 4 columns. Like I said, technically I have 8, but any content that fits into those columns is going to be so small that's it's barely usable. So there's pretty much 4 is your answer, 99% more or less, right? So that's so there we go, right? We got that figured out, right? There's going to be spacing. The margins are going to be spacing. Like this is 17. Right, so that brings us back to our navigation bar, right? That's what we were working on, was the navigation bar, right? So okay, so that answers the question: how far these, how far the back button should be from the edge. Wrong, actually. 24. Because approach on the I don't know. We're gonna explore it. We'll put it this way. Yeah, like I said, we're just gonna go through this organically. Well, I'll put it this way. Okay, I can already see a problem here with having these at 32 pixels. If this page title needs to be, long, and there's also 3 tools on the navigation bar, then that's going to be a problem. But for right now, we don't know how many tools would appear on this bar. So for right now, we're gonna stick with 32 on these. And we'll just, we're gonna move forward with that idea in mind. We'll roll with it. We can always change it later if we need to, right? So cool. So I'm going to create this component. Variant, right? This is where we might want to start grabbing colors and pulling colors into. So we didn't follow iOS standard. Client didn't. So this was blue, but it was a very specific blue. This version is let me see. This version of the navigation bar, tools, right? Pretty standard. That we're gonna figure stuff out organically. Just gonna go through it. Right. Go. So now we're getting into the infidelity of it, right? We're starting to now take into consideration pixels and hardware like that. Right? So we got the stuff that are pretty much constants. We don't have a tab bar, so we don't have to worry about that down here. But we know that status bar is up here, and also too pointing out that the status bar stuff mentioned that supersedes any design stuff that you have in mind. So like I said, I believe the margins excuse me, I believe the margins for the design status bar. So I mean that's ignores, and you can see it on pull up, completely ignores any rules that you've. And the status bar is a right. So so it's good. We got the so now we've gone from kind of arbitrarily sticking stuff everywhere to gone to okay, we're getting more closely to what how it actually right. So now something else that you've also learned at this point is the actual size of the elements that you're going to creating stuff for this, right? This should be 356, right? So since now that we have our grid planned out with the margins being 17 on each side and the total width of the screen being 390, that means that your longest elements are 356. So now you're also now it helps you design there too. Like okay, well that's the size of going forward, right? So for example, a search bar, right? So right now we're working on. In fact, I'm starting and um right. So we got a search bar here, and the search bar choose to have it. So so again, we have a search bar for general search. So now that brings into something that is brought into question is okay. Of course, iOS they have a navigation bar that includes the search, right? Um, so question of like, okay, is that where do we want to put the search bar? Do we want to put it in a navigation bar, or do we want to put it like in content? And more or less, after you kind of, I mean, that's something that's completely up to you. But generally, and I could be wrong about. I believe generally when there's a search bar there, it's more used to filter. Like it's there to filter stuff in the content area. Like I said, I could be wrong about that. Could be wrong about that specifically. But more or less, the conclusion I came to is like, you know what, the search is, it's a matter of like association. The search is related to these buttons here, right? They are different. They are different actions, but they are related in a way, and so they should be in the same area. They should be in the same content. Um, so search bar, yep, is going to go in there. Right. So cool. Because like I mentioned, the reason why that brought into the size of the search bar. The search bar is present in an iOS navigation bar. That navigation bar is 48 pixels height, which means which fits really nicely with a 44 search bar. So that's why it was brought up. But I believe I can't remember if I went with a 40 or a 40. Actually, I think I went with 40. I believe I went with 40 because there was like a correlation between it and form field. I can't remember, but you know what? Like I said, that's something I can change later. Means something. Okay, so let's work on a search bar. I'm going to I might start. And at this point too, this is where having a color scheme, design kit, color palette starts to come into play. Trying to think. They already had one, sort of, sort of had one for their desktop version. Um, Changed, not all the time, but it changed. So I followed that. Followed that. Um, I can't remember exactly what. Like. So got your search class. Have so I've decided this is gonna be. Go with right. So this is gonna be 40, right? And so I'd like this text to be wanted. Which are like, okay, so why 16? Like, okay, well, 16 is going that will attract attention. Like, yes, it will. I have no problem with it because when it comes to this screen, there's gonna be a search bar. The search should be pretty prominent, should command attention because that's one of the primary. So, no problem there. Cool beans there. So now something you got to start thinking about. Okay, so now you have margins and stuff on your page. Now it's a question of like, okay, so within your buttons and stuff like that, well, now you have to come up with margins for that as well, right? And so it's like, okay, so the search glass, how far should it be from here? Honestly, it was mostly like a 12 versus 6. Um, I believe I went with 12 simply because this is 40 and 15. I got 12 up here, 12 here, so it was worked out good. So that's what I went with. I did go back and forth a few times. Um, I did go back and forth a few times between 12 and 6 pending, but I'm gonna save us trouble. Like yeah, I end up with 12. 12 just because it's not just like the padding and stuff for like just one thing. You want it to be consistent across all your stuff. So when you start designing other stuff, you start to realize what's better. Yeah, I mean, you could even do 14, do whatever you want. I just liked work over 60. That was just my um when I looked at like as I was designing more and more stuff, 12 just better. So 12 is what I eventually landed on. So search bar here, right? And I know there's going to be different versions of the search bar. I'm going to possible to have. So you'll see what I mean. Get there. Go right. It's 350. Right, 356 long. Fits right inside of our grid. Right, follows. That. Okay, and then we have these buttons here, which, like I said at the time, I drew these with draw these with rows of 3. I actually don't think. I think it was no. I think it was a consideration. I think we did try it, but then like, I think I just tried it during sketching, but then I quickly realized like it worked because I already knew the buttons really liked. So, but anyway, so I got my search bar here. The next question is like, oh well, how much space should there be between page title, first element of the page? And that was like, well, that depends, up to you. So I believe I went with. I initially tried to go with 16. I think I tried 20, then tried going to 16. But yeah, like I said, it just became like, well, you need to be able to fit a lot of like even though this screen is very simple, the screens that later on become more complicated. So like this one here, right? There's a ton of information, and you want to be able to squeeze, without having to squeeze. You want to be able to display, as much information as you can. That is what is most useful to users. So, I think it ended up being like 12, but I'm gonna do 16. I could do whatever. Right. So yeah, the search bar at the top, and then buttons here. Right. So this is where so when I look at the design of them, you'll see why we could not do 3 columns. First off, 3 columns doesn't work with our grid, right? We can do 1. I mean, we could do 1 here and then maybe 1 here, and then sense, right? So the option is 2 or 4. And 4 is too small. So it's gonna be 2. So here is how. So again, these were already designed on the desktop version. We were just trying to. So here is how they are designed. So it's designed in card form. There's an icon. There's an icon, and then there's also text. Right, so there's an icon and there's text, right? And so this is how they looked. This was their basic design. Okay, cool. So we need to emulate that, right? And some of the names of the stuff were long, get kind of long. So again, when you saw the design here, you're like, yeah, this is not going to be long enough. Having rows of 3, having rows of 4 is definitely not. And then you also want to future-proof it. You want to plan for what if another one comes along and the name is even longer, right? You want to be able to support that if possible. So then it became, okay, we need to design those things. And this is generally, like I said, this a lot of times, um, I'd say during mid fidelity, I may not be making components just yet, um, because I don't know. Well, it's mostly because when we were using XD didn't run super, so I didn't want to make components right away. But mid fidelity is usually, at least when I'm starting to design stuff, right? I might start like putting this together and using it as groups, so I may not make a component yet because I don't know if like that's gonna like really it's but it's low stakes, really it is. Okay, so cool. So we have to design the buttons here. So it's a question of like, okay, what size should this be? What size should the text be? And you let those decide how big the button itself would be, right? So, okay, well, how important, is this? Again, they perform these searches 90% of the time. They're using these buttons. So for that reason, it needs to be very readable and very prominent. So for that reason, like, okay, well, text-wise, I definitely want the text to be at least 6. Right, I want the text to be at least 16. Since we have our grid, we know how, we know what kind of horizontal, what kind of width we're working with, which is 170. So that gives us a nice. And then the icon, of course, the icon. Like, okay, we decide how big that's going to be, because there is such thing as an icon being small, right? The icon is too small, and there's no point in having it. They can't see it. There's no point in having it. So, so it played with, so it's like, so pretty much it came down to, because it's so important. It pretty much came down to, okay, do we want to do 40 or do we want to do 48 for the icon? Is either one or the other. That's what I wanted to go with, because those are like looked best. So I was like, okay, so what would determine between, of course, had all this space to work with, so it's not a huge. So how do you choose between 40 and 40, or even 44? In fact, I like to work in multiples of. I like to work in multiples if I can. That's just my. Right. So then it came down to, okay, well, let's talk about future proofing buttons. Like I said, there's a title for all of them, right? And they can be pretty long at times, right? And keep in mind that we also have margin to work with, right? We were already like, okay, well, we're at this point, we're working a margin of 12, right? And this is one of the things that decided that I wasn't going to go with 6, because as you can see, I went with 16. This is only how it happened, kind of organic. Figure out what you want to go with. It was like, this is what we're talking. It was just like, yeah, this just having a margin. That doesn't mean that and then again, that's just for the margin, that we could make it higher, right? But it's like, kind of like, well, this is what we're starting with. That right? And again, we're still deciding, okay, is the icon going to be 40, 44, or 40 bigger if we. Again, the next thing was like, well, these have, some of these have really long titles sometimes. It's like, okay, how are we going to accommodate that? Because they are primary buttons, because they are used 90% of the time, like, okay, they need to be at least size 6, right? They're going to be looking for them. They're going to be looking to do that the first thing they open up the application. They need to be able to see it. Also a question of how close is this to that. Um, so keeping in mind all those factors in play, like, okay, so when there's a title that's long, can we bring it down to 2 lines? Right, because we're trying to solve that problem. Okay, we're going to start with size 16. Okay, that looks good. We size 18. And you know what? I want it to be bold. It's got to be bold. Size 18. This has a margin of 12, so this is what we can do. I know what the length of this is. It has a margin. So we test it out, right? And that works. Works. We could also see that when you, so it allows for it to have a second line. Pretty sure we win. Yeah, I don't know. We'll find out. Kind of doing this semi-organically. And so that was what it is. Like, okay, we got 18. We want to be bold, and look at that. When it's on 2 lines, it ends up being a height of 4. But that means that no. Height of 44 pixels. You keep in mind that there is spacing, but if you kind of see where the edge actually meets letters, it's perfectly. So 40 was like 40 is good. 40 is the perfect size. The icon allows us to have 18 font bold 2 lines. If we wanted to, we could make it go down to 6. Not a huge deal if we have to. And everything gets a margin of so it did turn out to go. So that's how you kind of start to figure out the designs of and kind of let when you make these big decisions first, things will start to fall into place. Now, of course, this could change. Some of these things could change, but that's okay. You're at least in the ballpark, and you're starting to establish some rules early on, right? Like with the padding being right. That's really solid. you know, so that way as you move forward, get other designs for other stuff, um, you just continue to follow that rule and start to learn what you can do if you want to. Unless you find something where it's like, nope, this must be done, you're gonna have to break that rule. So sometimes you have to break rules. Generally, I'd like to stay within the rules, right? You know, it's sometimes you gotta make changes. Sometimes you gotta make. But the idea is, that's how you figure out how big things are supposed to be, stuff like that. Start with a certain standard. It starts to evolve on it. So this is so these are rounded. So now we have button design. That into cool. Got that working. That because those specific ones, that's where I'm starting to move. Um, don't want to have problems with. So I have to think of. I have to think of some. Got to think of something else. Okay. All right. So now we start sticking. Now it's a question of, okay, how much spacing should there be? But of course, these are both objects that have good touch touch target, right? Got 40 here. That's really so honestly, like 12 would be perfectly fine in terms of like touch target. But also, there's also design sort of association. How well are they? How visually are they related to each other? What's kind of like there, right? So, like I mentioned before, these two, they are related to each other, right? They're both different ways to perform, but especially given that the users used those search buttons 90% of the time, it really does. In that case, you could say, it kind of warrants separating it a little bit. They're in the same area, sure, but it might be nice to kind of separate them a little bit, especially because since I margins since the gutter is less than 20. I don't know. Like I said, they always look different. Figma compared to X. Right. We have our basic layout. I think bold is too. I think bold is too. So I'm going. I'll leave it on medium. It might look different. Starts populating with actual. So again, you know, we're in mid. You know, the whole point of mid fidelity is to take what our low fidelity concept is already good with. We're already good with. Just starting to get closer to what it would actually look. So, um, we had looked at. We had looked at that way. It also man, like, God, we weren't working on this. Whatever. I remember we had tried. Definitely try. I mean, it's something I obviously definitely was something that look at. Then of course there was the course, they of course it also. So we tried, you know, they wanted to do the horizontal scroll. They talked about like, well, what if we, like, look, prime reason why horizontal scroll doesn't work. You can only do, um, and look at how many blah blah blah. I remember when they started getting into, well, can we do a like 2 rows of horizontal scroll? And it's like, look, and at that point it was like, okay, then what's stopping from 3 or 4? It's like nope, we're at that point it's like now we're just trying to brute. Like I said, I had to. It was a discussion that I can't believe we had to have it, but it's good to have discussion. But it was just I was like, what? No one else seeing this? I was like, I mean, like, well, how are you trying to solve the problem? You're trying to solve the problem by creating more going down vertically, right? Obviously that's the answer to the problem. We don't need to scroll at all, And so, anyway, this was something that run through testing, and this is the one that came. That was the one that came. So we tested this. Um, it was pretty clear. Like I said, when I do testing, I don't like to just for me testing is not about, for example, saying, okay, here's your 3 options, pick which one you like best. Because like I said before, it's possible that none of them are the best option, but because you showed them 3, psychologically they may say, well, I'm only allowed to pick from the 3 here. Some may pick up, but well, I'm only allowed to pick from the 3, so I'm picking only from this 3. But in truth, maybe the right answer isn't there. So what I like to do is ask them, what do you like and dislike from each one? So I'd show them this. What do you like and dislike from this one here, this one here? And then I'll ask after they've gone through the 3, and I'll show them the 3 again. I'll say, okay, is there any kind of version that you like a 4th version you can think of that might combine different from each? And that's and now that's you're starting to lead into more biased territory, like a question, right? Because now you're starting to more ask for their opinion than asking for their experience, right? But but because you're asking it towards at the end of the test, like it's fine. You've got the bias, you got all your bias data, so you can start because it is a good question, right? Honestly, it's like the real question. but it's opinionated, right? Someone could come up with some crazy, if you ask that to everybody in the beginning, they're all going to have crazy, wild answers, right? That are completely based on our opinion, and those could not be good solutions at all, right? You're looking for a commonality between them. You're looking for an affinity between them, right? So, um, like I said, that's why I'm not looking for what's the best of the three. I'm asking what's the best, worst of each one. Is it possible there's a fourth version? Thinking about it. So even though I hated the, even though I absolutely the horizontal scroll, I'm like, I'm going to present that. Like I have to give them a chance to say what they like. And but ultimately, they loved this one. I think you could see why. They absolutely loved it. For them it was, so that's okay. So then we packed when they kind of engaged. So give me a second. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some more. Um, I'll be right back. Okay. So uh, general search. So again, this was, we had already done some testing when we were in low fidelity, trying different, and yeah, it was, yeah, we'll have recent searches and right. So like I said, it's completely understandable. So many, only so many, but there was a design. There is something we did design. Um, there's a design tweak. Like I said, it's yeah, I was like, I think everyone's afraid. One is afraid. That's something I should mention. So, of course, obviously our homepage, we didn't have typical nav. Oh yeah, that's right. I think because I had the grid on, I had, obviously there's a back button. Instead, we had the name of the settings. Because we did, there was a plan to have, I mentioned, there was a plan to have tab bar. We didn't have anywhere to, we didn't have anything to put it. So it was like, and you know, just asked like a to add a tab bar back because it's just like until something's there, it's gonna. It's okay. I'm trying to remember what the so yeah, we got rid of the tab bar because until we have more than one tool to put in there, there's no point in having. Actually, there was. Actually, did come. I don't know that was something they didn't. They were still had the app name, had tool here. I'm trying to remember icon 24. Yep, it was 24. So the home screen. settings icon. So got so so in this version, tap on the search bar, goes into a more focused version of it. Pretty typical for create. Pretty common pattern that. At this point, I don't need my group. I already remember. Right, so typically what happens is search bar will change. Type in placeholder words. We're going to do it. Then you start to see the typing. So we got to change a state for that. Cool. So that means that we need a new state for this. Typically, all that happens is that becomes focused for. And then of course you're like, okay, so navigation bar. Question like, okay, so navigation bar. Or what it was before. But essentially the final version. Like we had the navigation bar in the search bar for two different things. But we quickly realized, well, how do you get out of the search, right? If you focus search, how do you get out? Obviously, you can tap the area where it's clean and free, like take you back to the store, right? But that's something that's kind of one of those nice touches, right? When it comes to actions and navigation, you need to make it, being able to tap outside of like, that's like, yeah, that's cool, but that's not readily apparent. It's not gonna be true of every city. So you need to have something very, very obvious. So like I said, I can't remember exactly what it was before. I'm just gonna show you what we worked. So we did is we dropped it into navigation. And like I said, iOS terms. Generally how iOS works is the search bar only appears third navigation row. That third navigation was 48. These are all 44 because they're just like primary, right? But again, that's where, you know, that's where you know, well, this is not an iOS app. Yeah, it's not an iOS app, so it doesn't have to strictly want to follow sort of the structure of things, absolutely, but you don't have to strictly follow, you know, especially when developers are like, oh, we can totally do this, it's not a problem, right? And it's for the greater good. Having the navigation bar here, having the search bar separate, just was like, it just really wasn't really, in fact, let me, actually, let me, I apologize, I'm trying to think what the final, we went back and forth. I had no problem with having the nav. I believe what was going to happen, and I could go around searching and try to research it again, but I honestly a ton of time. In fact, I'm probably gonna wrap pretty soon. I think what happened is these, like, page title and any buttons, buttons. Well, I guess that's setting, like, this would disappear, and there would be a back. So I think there would be like a lone navigation bar at the top with a back button, and underneath it in the content area, search bar, or something. But anyway, the final choice that we made was, okay, let's do this. Let's, because it, you know, it just served the purpose better, right? It was like, okay, why don't we do this? Let's have the search bar inside here. So essentially, what happened is the search bar slide up into the navigation bar, which would give us a little more space down here. These here for the recent searches, which is good too, because I was like, well, I want this, the size of these recent search items, I want them to be big enough that they can actually tap them easily. Right? So it made sense. It made perfect sense. I think it was, like I said, and the developers were like, oh, that's no problem. We can. So for that reason, there's a couple modifications. I mean, I think we discussed having the word back. I think at first we were going to keep the back button as it was. But then we were like, you know what, we can get rid of the word because it's not going to be helpful. So we just kept the icon, right? Then we just put the navigation. Now, of course, that means that navigation bar can't be, gotta be smaller than that. So oh, that was something else too. Like, okay, well, without the words, you know, it's like, okay, well, there needs to be touch target for something that, and I also didn't do. I just have these in there, but there's no actual touch target. I made it 24. Could have made it. Actually, it doesn't matter. But Steam sale. Steam's got a sale. Actually, they've had a lot of sales. I just got Horizon. I was waiting on the second Horizon Zero Dawn game. When that came on Steam, I was like, oh, I haven't even played it. on PC and it was full price. I was like, nope, it'll go on sale. So I waited for sale. Finally went on. So I think I don't. This wasn't the moment where I realized I needed to that we needed to work on this. It was something else. But this also illustrates like, okay, well here's something that you know I have overlooked, right? This doesn't have like a touch zone. It's strictly that, right? So we need to fix that. Uh, so here's what we realized. I was like, okay, that I needed to create sort of boundaries. Um, because sometimes, oh, I remember when we came across it. So I am getting ahead of myself. When we got to these subject cards, right? So the name of the subject card would actually be in the navigation bar page title, right? And also too, when they were going forwards and backwards, the name of that card, instead of just the back button saying back, which wasn't helpful, this would actually say the name of that subject card to make it as helpful as possible. And so for that reason, it was like, okay, so, and it's like, well, some of these names can be pretty long, so we need to plan. We need to plan this out. Well, it was more, okay, I need to plan this out. We need to determine like boundaries. So I was like, okay, we need to determine like for the so took the navigation bar, right, and I was all right, since we have 3 areas, right, we have a back button, we have the page title, and we have the buttons area, the tools area. Crankshaft. What's a crankshaft for? Is that where the chain stuff is? Like I said, and I'm still listening. I was like, okay, there's 3 sections of it, right? 3 areas of the navigation. I was like, this, there's gonna be a lot of heavy. The navigation bar is gonna be doing a lot of heavy, right? And so it was like, okay, so if we split into thirds, here's what it looks like. Right? Which you might think, oh, like the nice thing is, the navigation bar is 3, so it can divide 3 perfectly. But when you look at how they're sectioned, it's like, okay, the back button doesn't need that much space. You're like, okay, yeah, it doesn't need. So you realize, okay, we gotta do something else. So I looked at, as a matter of, okay, the area where it needs to increase is the. So let's say that this is 130, divided that 4. Let's put it this way. Let's divide that into. Okay, not gonna. And that's not going. Not as it. Okay, so what if we 80? We made that 8. Then so it's like, okay, so that's possible. It could be 8, right? But then I was also looking at, and that's again where it came in with the nav bar. Bought a used bike found. How many bikes do you have? How many how many bikes do you have? And so that's where when we're dividing it, it's like, okay, well now you also need to think, okay, how many tools do you want maximum on that navigation bar? Essentially, it's like two. Um, Bikes. What kind of what's the difference between? Right, and so um, like how many buttons do you want on this navigation? And um, and that's when you're like, okay, let me kind of start exploring city bike. What's a fixie bike? Is that one like you customize and like um so looking at this you might be like, well, maybe I want to have three. Oh wait. So you look at this, when you look at it, you realize, okay, if you have three buttons, that page title is um and it's like, but again, that page title is going to come in play very heavily get to these, because the title of these are going to and those can get pretty long, and we can truncate it. We can truncate it, have the dots, but and it's like, okay, if we have to, all right, but it would be more helpful, more letters we can have, more helpful be that, especially for that back button. Really nice not to say back, but to tell them exactly where they're going, right? Um, so it's like, okay, is there a way that we can accommodate that? So what's the so if it only has one gear, I don't know much about bike. Oh, I got it. I used to have a bike that only. How often do you use how often do you use your city bike? Right. So this is where you're like, okay, really think about the structure of the navigation bars and stuff like that, right? Realize, okay, gotta come up with. Of course, you want that page title. I mean, we could make this small, this big, and this, but you want that page title to be sent. So this is where you start to realize, okay, this is where I designed different navigation bars for different. So here's pretty much what I. Um, okay, page title. 1/3 of it is 130, right? Um, Figuring out how many buttons, pretty simple. I was like, okay, well, there's a margin of. What do I want? What margin do I want between a button area of? Probably gonna want. Okay, that means that the title can. What's 102? Good. So that means back button can support 102 characters. Oh, that's pretty nice. And the page title itself, of course, wouldn't reach all the way to this. And so that's when I have to go copying. Yeah, it's sad that in the United States, really not designed bikes everywhere, cars everywhere. I would prefer. So so that's when so you can see that this again is how kind of like start to organically design things. So like I said, it wasn't really this I'm talking about. Um so that's where you start to be like, okay, we're gonna have different variations. We're gonna work with this kind of spacing, right? Even though, you know, because this will work nicely for here. You know, we stick with a single structure, stick with that kind of like idea in mind, right? So I sent this sort of configuration to developers, and they're like, yeah, we could totally do something like that. So here's what you up to is okay. So here's the different variation of um navigation bars, right? So when there's a page title in tools, maximum number of tools, two. Page title, maximum number of tools will be two. Right? Of the zone. If it ever needs to exceed number 3, then placed by more icon. So like I said, ever oh that's so this is page title plus so here, so this is where you start to develop rules, start building out your design system. Again, these are also going to work for future apps. Possibly might use future app. Helps to well. You take a train and see there you go. See, we got trains around me too, but they're always super expensive and they're how often where do you typically go? Like when you're on your bike and you're on the train, like where do you head off to? Where do you go? Where do you like to go? Go to different like cities or go hiking out in nature or what do you like to do? Copenhagen. How far is that from you? How many kilometers? I'm not going to be an American. How many kilometers? Sound like I know what. Cool. So right, if it's got a page title and you need to, you can if it's page title, you're allowed to have two, right? You can have backbone and page title, no tools, no problem there. The variation just for the home screen, it only exists on the home. going to be version search. This is um, when you have it page title, but you need at least 3 tools. I'm going to pretend how to look up. Well, that's not bad. That's not too bad. What's in Copenhagen that you like? This is the rule. So if they need more than these 3 tools, then we're going to put them underneath options menu. Also, with the possibility that you could have another button here if need be, right? And you'll yeah, like you can totally have that there if you want. And then um there's also in iOS where page title is not needed. You can have so then there could be another variation where there's no page title and and so it's like, okay, so we're, like I said, we're making some rules. Right, and so that's how your design system evolves. I can so that's, again, that's kind of how the design kit and your design evolve is through stuff like this, where you, and then hopefully it works out. So so let me get back to this. So again, we need to make a right, a version of, oh, so again, those zones, right? Um, this is, but that was, again, that's where the zones kind of came. Of course. So, like I said, what we're doing is we're adding the search bar into this navigation to again make focus search a little more friendly, right? It means we got to take this search bar, got to shrink it. But again, since the back button is going to be present, there needs to be enough that question of, okay, do you want pixel size, or do you want, or because those buttons here are, I'm so we can try 6. I think I'm fine with 6. Power. Just to get to Cobain quick. What kind of scooter do you have? I actually have electric scooter. I primarily work from home. Grocery store, not very far from me. Not that terrible. So I have an electric, but we two. Oh, okay. So you got a legit. I have kind of like ones that up. But after I bought it, then I was like, safer these. I was like, oh god, these are terrible. So I have like a motorcycle, borderline. Gotcha. Nice thing is, I mean, at least where you live, scooters mingling among cars is like it's strange. Even for people that are biking, they're like, oh, you have to, like, oh, you totally have, like, you can't be on the sidewalk because people are walking. Okay, but on the street, pays attention, hit by a car because the streets are not tried to. They'll try to put a bike path, on the street, but because it's an afterthought, it's like, yeah, this does not work. It's so then we have since This will be white drop shadow, but inside of it, inside of it, like the search items, nice big touch target. Because this is something they also use quite often. Touch targets for the 100%. Did I? Well, I guess that's surprised. I just have to. What's a cargo? Oh, I see. Okay, the cargo bikes have like a looking up. They have like a large basket or something. Large that would that is. Probably even more in your. See that's mind blowing to me. I'm like, oh, it would not be. It's not safe enough even to like ride a bike with headphones. font size. Because the font size up here is this really should. Gotcha. That it's kind of sad. Probably should be. Got this. It's a conversation picked up. Put it down. 11th. So where do you usually go with the scooter? Like, do you go further? You use your scooter to go further and use your bike for stuff up, or do you typically? Gotcha. sounds man. Like, you know, if I wanted to get to work from home. Two options. I can car, I can car or the train. Train is possible, but and I think this is part again area where trains like well completely saved to like when it comes back, which there can be a lot of time in between. So it's like when I get home early or really late or like um film is just things, right? On the other hand, I could take a car. Obviously, I have complete control over the car and everything, but it's also parking is expensive. So it's like annoying when there's no middle. Take all right, go ahead and need. I don't think I need to make. But yeah, better. It's better to do it. This is not working. Oh wow. Now the electric scooter though that you're talking about is that a is that like a two-seater electric scooter? Because my first thought is I'm thinking about the scooter that I have. I'm like, oh, it doesn't take that long to. But wait a second. Wait a second. We're talking like actual actual upper. Oh, might be here. Would you 2 o'clock? Been sleeping all this time. Smell like peanut butter. Want to sit? Yep. Immensely safer. Like I said, I bought electric scooters. Then it wasn't until after I was like, oh my god, because the one I have can go like almost 20 miles an hour, and I was like, while I was driving, I was like, physics from a physics standpoint, not super great, is it? This is probably not. Um, I was like, man, your center of gravity is terrible. Um, yeah, center of gravity is not super great. Yeah, I come to find out like, oh yeah, people get killed on these things all the time, and I'm like, why? Oh my god, you know, why are these things not allowed? Um, yeah, So you're talking about an actual like a real human scooter. Adding to this. Kind of weird, kind of like off. So that's the mid fidelity for the focus search. Like I said, during low fidelity, pretty early on during low fidelity, like a bunch, these got rejected pretty quick. We could just see like conceptually, this wasn't a good. I'm pretty sure we even did testing. Actually, now that I think about it, we did. Thought that we kind of just that choice on our own, but no, we did testing. Turned out pretty much how we thought. There we go. We got the mid fidelity one here, and like I said, there wasn't a whole lot. When it comes to this, there wasn't a whole lot to. The only thing that we really messed around with was search bar. Not gonna really. Working on it. So all right. So then I think I'm gonna wrap up the stream. It's for 4.5 hours. Whew, that's a lot. Yeah, I'm gonna wrap up the stream here. So yeah, this is something I gotta get portfolio. Um, um, and I wish I had. Um, yeah, I gotta. With you guys. Much. Like I'll say this one right. So like what I'm thinking about now is because I'm thinking that I'm like I need to get this done for my portfolio. Got to get it done before. Obviously, if I was doing um kind of enjoy. So it's kind of a question of could might be a giant question mark. My weekend is complete. I want to get this done by honest with you. This one here, this is just a form. This has its own. This one is awesome. This one all the quite a bit. I don't know. We'll see. I'm gonna end the stream here. I might be able to stream tomorrow. Not be able. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But I definitely need to end stream. Hopefully I can finish it on stream. That'd be really great. I'm also thinking, like, does it even at all by Monday? Have to be. Well, either way, basic problem solving skills. I do gotta end this couple. By the time I get the care of, like, I won't. So I don't know. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Would be cool. Alrighty. Well, thank you everyone for viewing. Link, thank you so much for sticking with me. Always a pleasure. Talk and chat about your company. Always very. Okay, guys. So then, I don't know. Maybe tomorrow, possibly. Anyways, take care, and guys, next time.